Hello and welcome to another stream, which today is a VRChat stream. So, gonna be doing Michael's stuff with Michael's adventures, otherwise probably gonna be pretty usual stuff, no noteworthy. Probably more of the question world. Maybe God will pop up. Who knows? Either way, now live on both. Either way, yeah, let's get started. And continuing with not backrooms, although that's the thing I'm going into. I spoiled it by my own brain being broken. I was going to get to that in a second. Continuing to deal with the living darkness, and it will be in the back rooms. Was what I was going to say, but my brain breaks. But yeah, Michael's going to be in the back rooms to deal with darkness. I surprisingly did not expect Gmod to actually have something of darkness with the shadow thing. So that does make it a little bit easier to Michael's job. Like, he can mention that as like Half-Life was infected too, meaning that there's not many places. I'm also probably just gonna include the Nanachi thing because I don't really have anywhere else to put that. Eventually I'm gonna have to do mannequin thing. Because I can do mannequin thing next. And then if by the week after next haven't done Ticket to Nowhere, I can do something SCP related to at least have Malor appear. Maybe I can do Terminal Echoes even if I don't complete it. It's a bit of a goddamn pain of a map. Like, it's a bit of a goddamn pain. I can use that probably as the backup. And eventually do Ticket to Nowhere if it takes really too long. Because I don't want to be waiting forever, and I do have an idea with it at this point. so I don't want to delay it too long. Anyway, let's stop babbling and let's get to it. Michael is gonna be in the back rooms once again. He always is cursed to return. This is the one I will use when checking through a shoe, and this one seems decent enough. Because really I just need Michael's fight against the Smiler. And Smiler is gonna be one of the agents of darkness. Yeah, I forgot the display version is in the panties, but I put on the shorts. And I also need to switch to Pro Violet. Anyway, let's get a roll on this episode. Alright, so god damn it. I'm back in the back rooms, of course. God damn it. That's a long chair. That is a very oddly long chair. Weird. Okay, I'm back in the back rooms. Brilliant. Grand. Fantastic. Michael, I guess you've been to the back rooms a lot. Oh, Violet, you're here. Yep, I'm here. Yeah, I've been here a lot, Violet. I see. Well, I guess I can help out if need be. Yep, yeah. Usually this place is just a maze and mystery. Why am I here? My powers definitely suspect there's a reason. And we need to be dealing with, you know, darkness. Did darkness get into the back rooms? And probably liminal space, probably, given what happened. And oh yeah, darkness killed the color guys here, the Mr. Elements, whatever you want to call them. But darkness killed them. Oh, of course, darkness is probably here because that's what happened. That's when you were employed. Yes. Oh, I don't know if I was the first attempt of darkness to create something like me. Yep. The phone. Hello, hello? I can't answer it. I cannot answer it. Something makes me worried our darkness has something for us. Indeed, Michael. Knew you guys had to show up sooner or later. It's time for, I guess you could call, Plan B, since Violet is a punk and betrayed us. You guys suck, you realize. I wouldn't work for you anymore. You manipulated me, changed my life. You won't have me for the living story or living art. Still, we already, I guess, got some use out of you. And trust me, with you, holding the living story in our hands was very useful. Alright, with Violet, you guys would have had access to the living story. Yes, Michael. We weren't able to change much, but you'll soon find out what we were able to write. I'm sure whatever you wrote I can deal with. Maybe so, Michael. But I guess it's time for Plan B. Smiler, take control. What the? No, what's happening? I'm in control now. Violet, help me here. Yes, I'll help. Oh no, Violet. You did not get to take control so easily. This is my world, and I will not, well, be stopped by someone like you. Stop fighting against me. You won't take control, yet I do admit you are quite powerful. But I would not let you take control of me. This is my world. I must use the power of the living blue against you. That should keep her at bay for a bit. Where do you send Violet? None of your concern, Michael. Either way, I'm in control now. What's your deal, Smiler? You're an entity that's been around in the backrooms forever. Yes, our allegiance is to the backrooms, but without any of the colors anymore. The backrooms no longer has a true in-charge entity. It's a civil war of the backrooms entities. And we Smilers plan to be on the winning side. As some entities, eventually it seems like two sides will inevitably form. One on the side of your foundation, because the entities will realize that you would take mercy on them. You would help them just like you did the SCPs. But we Smilers are no fool. We know we can have grander power the other side, the darkness. So the Smilers have taken the side of darkness. Great. Yes, indeed. Darkness will empower Smilers to new heights. You'll have to erase us all if you wish to win your little war. Curse it. Curse. You can join me. No, I don't think we will. We Smilers know that we are too close to the darkness already. After all, look at our fates. White eyes. But some of the darkness is on my side, you realize? You can join us. Maybe so. But I think we have grander plans. And power is too sweet. Come on, you can join us. No, Michael, I don't think we will. We Smilers are the protectors of this place. You might have protected this place in a way. Which means, I guess in a way, we should be aligned. But after all the Smilers that were killed, I don't think I can allow an alliance. Come on, please. This does not need to end in bloodshed. I think there is gonna be a fight. If there's gonna be a fight, then you will burn. You forgot I have more than one ally. Basil. Oh no. Don't you dare, you child. You might be able to hold 2 people at bay, but how about 3? Don't you dare. Michael, if you're going to do it now. I'm giving you one last chance, Smiler. For you and your kind join the Foundation. Never. We will not allow it. Then burn. God damn it. Wish it didn't have to end that way. Yeah. Just glad you're alright, Dad. Thanks, Basil. Saved us from a situation. Violet, you good? Yes, I'm good. I didn't realize there was another creature like me. Obviously, you know, I have, well, art and story flowing in this ink. But and in order to pay a smile, I guess here in the back rooms it's quite powerful. I didn't expect it to overpower me so easily. Yes, Violet. It's a shame she couldn't be on our side. Yes, indeed. Either way, yes, now the smilers are burnt because of one smiler's action, yeah. Unfortunately, now they're all burning. Has to be done. And darkness here too will burn. Yes. Indeed. Such a shame. So many have to burn. You know, I guess gotta be thorough and make certain darkness is gone from here. You might have won against the Smilers, Michael, but no darkness will try to live on. I already took care of you guys in Half-Life, and if I'm right with my math, there should only be 2 to 3 places where darkness could have gone to other than Bendy and Deltarune. And you guys can't acquire any new places. Meaning, this is the second, meaning there's probably only one more place. And sooner or later, I'll figure it out what that final place is. I'm suspecting I'm very much right on the 3 bet. You might be right, Michael, but we will not allow you to find the 3rd place so easily. We will use every last trick in the book. I'm sure you will. But I guess till we meet again, darkness. Yes, indeed. Well, it seems like it should be thorough and check our floors, levels. Yes, Michael, I would agree. We should. Yes, Michael. Let's check the other levels. Let's have some fun. Ah, level fun. Do 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 do. I'm half crazy on the love for you. Yeah, I'm definitely not sensing any more darkness in the back rooms through all the levels. Oh, and there's the next door. But I'm sensing something else here. Something weird through the multiverse. Guess another bit of the aftermath of the collision, or back rooms and liminal space should be back to relatively normal at this point. Back to their own 2 separate entities. But what am I sensing? Someone's here. Who's here? Where am I and what is this peculiar body? Majima? Hey, Michael. Good to see you again, my friend. I've just been playing hide and seek here with Kiryu-chan. Kiryu-chan? But Kiryu, he's dead. Yeah, we're both dead. We're both, I think, ghosts, I think. But, yeah, I'm this. You're a Nanachi. A Nana what? A Nanachi. It's a ancient race, Majima. Guess makes you last of the Nanachi. Oh, cool. Anyway, Q's. John, stop hiding. Michael's here. What? Michael, hi. Hello there, Michael. Hey, Q-chan. Just Q. Sorry, I'm mimicking Majima. That's my thing, Michael. Yeah, sorry, Majima, sorry. Anyway, hi, Q. Yes, hi, Michael. We're just here in this strange level. We found this door, but we decided not to enter. Majima's intuition said there's something bad behind that door. Oh, and my powers are saying something really bad. Why is it? Level run. What's level run? Trust me, it's best if I take control. But yes, you two are in the realm of the dead, but sort of stuck here because of probably some things. Do you two want to be free of this place and be able to see, I guess, more for the dead, like others? Or the one consequence will be you're kind of more fully dead? Well, I guess I don't want to be trapped here forever. But my fun! Majima, it's probably best if you take me up on my offer. Alright, Michael. Yes, it's probably best for the multiverse or whatever. Thank you for understanding, Majima. Anyway, I'll send you two on your way. I hope to see you two again at some point, but I guess for now, goodbye, you two. Goodbye, Michael. John. Goodbye, Majima. Goodbye, Michael. Yes, goodbye, Q. Yes, faces from your past, Michael? Yes, Violet. Interesting. Huh, those two were quite interesting. Yeah, Basil. Anyway, time to run. Time to run. Run, run, run. You know what, a certain form will work bad for this, and also this place's alarms are hella annoying. It's time to power Fluffy Boy. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a hell of a maze, ain't it? At least the power of Apricot can help me. Apricot, are you there? Yeah, I'm here. Yes, you're borrowing my form again. Yeah, sorry to borrow your form, but kinda need your speed. Yep, I guess that's fair, Michael. Just give it back when you're done. Oh, you're still technically you. Oh yeah, true. Anyway. Let's hope I can find a way out of this hellhole. God. This is just a hella maze. This is just one hell of a maze. Is there even an escape from this place? Don't know why, but my powers have a good feeling about this way. No. God damn. God damn. Where's the exit? Usually my powers help me find an exit. This time I'm really gosh darn lost. Maybe there's no escape from this place, Michael. Maybe Violet. If worst comes to worst, can always just ultimately teleport out of here. Just, if I can reach another level, I want to try to make certain I've scanned a few levels to the darkness. Yeah, that's Michael. Because the only levels I've, scanned are level 0, level fun and level run, which is not that many. Not too many. Only 3. Yes. I don't think we're getting anywhere, even with the speed of apricot. Yeah, I guess you're right. If I hit 3 more dead ends, then I will just teleport back to the beginning and then teleport out of here. So I'll start the countdown from S now. Alright, Michael. No, alright, down to 2. Alright, down to 2 on the countdown. Oh, 1. That's obviously a dead end. So I'm obviously not going to go to the specific dead end, and that's 0. Oh, whatever. Back here. What a shame. Oh gosh darn. Shame. Well, whatever. You did your best, Dan. Yeah, I tried, Basil. I tried. At least darkness is gone from here. Yes, indeed. Yes. Good job, Michael. What's next on your agenda? Well, I might actually want to deal with the mannequin faction as soon as possible. Hopefully my powers should lead me right to the heart of the mannequins and get them out of the way. I don't need a second faction joining, especially when a potential other second faction will join the fight as well, meaning it could end up being 3 factions. So that's definitely first on my agenda. Then I'm just gonna have to hope my powers take me to the right place to deal with darkness. Darkness is third locale. To make certain they have no more sub-bases, mini-bases. And then it's just, I guess, I don't know, waiting, I suppose. Have to see what plays out. Yep, Michael. Either way, I'm teleporting out of here, I guess. So, yeah. Time to leave the pack rooms once again. Yep, Michael. Fair enough. If this place is something that has proved a problem to you before, given your reaction earlier. Yes, quite a problem place. Yeah, sucks I guess for you, Dan. Yeah, Basil. Anyway, I'm done here, so time to teleport out of here. God damn. Alright, Michael thing done. Michael Dunzo. And hello, LeBron James there, welcome. Alright, time for Guess new and noteworthy. The button. And another avatar search thing. I guess I'll check that out. And hello, Woozy Witch, I hope I'm saying that right. Welcome. And to answer your question, I don't allow anyone to join yet again for a long list of reasons. And LeBron James, you're in the Ark? What? I don't know what that means. Is this it? What? I do not understand with this button. Why does it sometimes go brr? I do not understand with this button. As I just said to Woozy Witch, LeBron, no. Again, I don't allow anyone to join for a long list of reasons. Either because, you know, stream sniping hackers, potentially, you know, people can break TOS, and I can't risk that while streaming to YouTube, etc., etc. There's a long list of reasons. Is this an actual good one? Because the last time I saw a wall like this, it wasn't grand. Oh, this is just work in progress. And you're on quest, cool, I guess. Still, technically doesn't really change anything. Mountain climbing. Try mountain climbing and reach the summit. Wall climbing and dash teleport. Only VR. Okay. Oh yeah, and there was that one that was in my recent, which one was it? The lift one. Is this finally? It's still not. Oh, it's Chris's house, Delta room. It is me. What the heck is... Jesus, is he running off? God damn. Asco is a madman. Vehicle manslaughter. And technically, that's probably Des, I think. And Des is probably still technically a kid, so Asco killing kids. Alright. Gmon map. Remade into, oh, I guess probably pour into VRChat. Let's see. Now I'm just like coming along to like the Undertale music. This is what happens when I hear electrical or oh my god, I die. Among guy. Do 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 ba 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 do 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 do. This is looking like a pretty cool thing, I guess. I feel like I've seen this map before. Not directly, but like in a video where people are being like hunted by, you know, Xbox. Not that Xbox is like the only thing of Gmod. The amount of times it's been requested. And, you know, I didn't want to appease, you know, people, but, you know, it's not the only thing. The broom closet! The broom closet ending was my favorite. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was no one here, so he got around and went back on track. Stanley, why are you still in the broom closet? Standing around and doing nothing? You really must be getting back to what you're doing before, Stanley. Go on, Stanley. Get the hell out of the broom closet. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. Stanley only probably got the job because of a family connection, that or with drug money. Also, Stanley's addicted to drugs and hookers. There's only one logical reason you're still in the broom closet. You're dead. You stepped in it for a minute just to check it out, but then collapsed dead at the keyboard. So it seems like we'll need someone else. Hello? If anyone else is nearby, the person at this computer is dead. He or she has fallen prey to many number of, you know, ailments or whatever that plague the human body and are now dead. If you kindly allow someone else to take a try of this game, the story can get back on track. Otherwise, then I'm going to be stuck here for a time, but either way, once you're done with that, just step out. Ah, second player. Good to have you aboard. Can guarantee you won't do any worse than the player before you. You too! I'm at the mercy of an entire species of morons. Is there fish or fungus you can hand the controller or keyboard to? It doesn't matter. What? You hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting until the story's back on track. Anyway, I love the Stanley Parable. I love the Stanley Parable. I think I was already here because, yeah, I approached from this way. Oh, I have no idea. Bathrooms. Supermarket. Supermarket. Oh, I can open these. Didn't realize that till now. Anyway. Let's see. Headspace, is this? I don't think it's a Mori. Damn. Plus, I still want to check out just because. To be fair, there isn't really a lot else catching my eye. Screw it, I'll check it out. Oh, is this it? Is this it? Weird. I guess this is it. And then I can sort of stand on it. Yeah, and there's a curve and crevice to it. Weird. Guess there's not much new and noteworthy, huh? Do 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 ba 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 do 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 Anyway, let's resume from where I left off. So, time to roll once again. Rolling the 4 to start off. How many YouTubers have you met in real life? 0. Zip, 0, nada. Unless I met a YouTuber without even realizing. But yeah, it'd be 0. rolling the 4 again. Oh, there's 4s in this one. What's your most regrettable impulse buy? Do pre-orders count? Because, I mean, technically something can be an impulse buy, even if it's a pre-order, like, because impulse buys can technically apply to anything. So one of them would be the pre-order of Fallout 76, as that was probably kind of an impulse buy, just given I like the other Fallout, so I was like, oh, this one's probably gonna be good as well. So it was an impulse buy without really knowing what I was getting into. And it's even more regrettable that it wasn't even for, like Steam, it was for the Xbox. I like to play it with friends, it would be nice to have played Fallout 76 at least with friends at some point, so yeah, not really a great purchase. In any way. When was the last time you laughed so hard that you cried? Ooh, this is a good question. I've definitely had a lot of laughter of late, especially thanks to God, but I've yet to cry from God. Like, God has yet gotten to that point where it's made me laugh to crying. So, this is a good question. When would it have been? Laughed so hard that I cried. Basically. No, this is a toughie to think about. I'm honestly not too certain. There's probably some things where I laughed really hard and basically cried. Like funny things in the past, like, I don't know, funny series and stuff. Like Half-Life VR, but the AI is self-aware, or Half-Life, but the gnome is too aware. Both of those from Wayne Radio TV, both of those basically made me probably laugh so hard that I basically cried. Any other more recent examples? I'm not certain. That's a toughie. I'm not exactly certain when. Otherwise, it'd be the gnome. The gnome was lost. There's something else than the gnome after the gnome. What animal makes your heart melt the moment you see it? Kittens. I mean, hearing God, Vegeta's, little kitten, it made my heart melt. Just hearing the little meow, kittens are cute. Absolutely heart melter. Would you rather give up the internet or your pet? I don't have a pet, so currently in my life, so it's an easy choice. I can't lose anything by giving up my pet. So, yeah. I guess I kind of get to cheat that one a bit. It'd be harder when I actually have a pet. That's one where it's harder when I have, a current pet. Anyway, one more roll and then it's dinner for me for the moment. Do you have any superstitious beliefs? I don't really believe in ghosts technically because I don't believe ghosts are here in reality, and if there are ghosts, they can't do, possession stuff or, move objects or actually really haunt anything if there are ghosts. Like, if souls do somehow linger on after death. And that's if we even have souls, I guess, to begin with. But I like to hope and believe we have souls. And hope and believe there's some sort of afterlife. It doesn't need to be heaven. And hell, well, hell technically, sucks. But, guess have to deal with it if I do end up in hell. But yeah, hopefully there's, life beyond death. And hopefully, multiverse is true in some form or another. Because that'd be useful. But yeah, superstitious beliefs, no, not really, not technically, I would say. But I do have an open mind to, it could exist, just the way it exists might be limited. potentially. It might be, a very limited, like, experience of life, I would have to say. That's what I would guess. Anyway, guess it's though that time again. It's time for dinner. So I'll be, right back again. 45-minute estimates, which would be 10 past 9. Hopefully, I'm back by 9 as a hopeful estimate. Yeah. Either way, I'll be back. So, and once I'm back, maybe continuing with this, may end up doing something with God. Who knows? Anyway, I'll be back. So be right back. Alright. I am back. Let's get back to things. Guess time to roll again. Who's your favorite Italian chef? I don't know. Chefs. I don't know any chefs. So yeah. Guess time to roll again. Some of these are definitely kind of repeats. If you went to Japan, what would you do first? I'm going to be going to Kobayashi, whatever, the real life, you know, Komarocho. Yeah, Kobayashi. Kabayashi. Yeah, it's a Kabu. Not Ki. Kabuchi. Not Ki. Kabuki. Char. Probably be one of the first places I head to. Other than that, not certain. Yeah, now I'm saying it hopefully right. Kabukicho. Kabukicho. Anyway. In all of human history, what's the most important event? That's a good question. This is like philosophy sort of question. I mean, to current day, internet's pretty important, so the invention of, you know, computer and like internet is like some of the most important. But there can be other things that can be important, like Roman Empire, which, naturally probably, had butterfly effect to, British Empire and stuff. And there's a lot of events that could be, important depending on how you, view them. Like, it all really just depends on what you think is the most important. Like, and there's a lot of different metrics. Yeah. Honestly, not too certain exactly what, but it'd be one of those two things, I feel like. Romans or the internet slash the computer. What's your favorite biker fashion style? I don't know. I mean, I guess leather jackets is kinda cool for, I don't know, bikers, I don't know. I don't know the styles exactly what they would be referred to. So yeah. Hi Clab. Welcome. Yes, long time no see. Long time no see for certain. Either way, how do you feel about arranged marriages? Arranged marriages that probably shouldn't happen anymore. But for a lot, that's how it's worked for a long time, so the chances of it changing in some places is, who knows? Just feels like there should be the freedom of choice for individuals. If a person wants to do an arranged marriage, I guess that's their own choice. So as long as they're choosing willingly, that's the main thing that matters. I feel like as long as they have the freedom. But otherwise it is kind of old concept. That's a bit, I guess, sort of outdated. Anyway, rolling the 6. Have you ever pre-ordered VR equipment? Pre-ordered? No. I guess if there was like new VR stuff coming out, can pre-order it before it's technically on the market. And, I already generally don't think I'll pre-order video games, so I feel like the same train of logic would apply to VR equipment. So I would actually want to know if the VR equipment is, well, good before, ordering it. So I don't think I would pre-order VR stuff. To be fair, I don't really have the money at this time in my life to do that sort of thing. Anyway, rolling the 5. High rolling today. Since I got back. Favorite dark type Pokemon. Time to bring up the thing again. And hello, Hi Alf. Welcome. Happy gaming? Yeah, I would say so. Right now. Time to bring up dark type Pokemon. Let's see. Any of these I recognize. I recognize the Cineroar. I'll give it to there's the Cineroar. How are the options? Don't know Pokemon too much. Once again, the Pokemon database, this website has been coming clutch given I don't know Pokemon. It's been very useful. It's definitely a fun and interesting world. I guess, hi Alf. A lot of, I guess, thought-provoking questions at times. Or sometimes just simple questions like, what's your favorite blah blah blah? So it's both, I guess, a mix of fun and interesting. If you could ask your pet 2 things, what would you ask? Oh. Oh. Interesting. This is an interesting question. It'd be very interesting to ask the question to my pet of what my pet thinks of life. Currently, I don't have a pet, but it'd be interesting to ask them, a philosophical question like what they think life is. Because it'd be a potentially interesting perspective from getting it from a pet, which I probably have a cat, so it'd be interesting to learn what a cat's perspective on life is. Otherwise, the second question, The second question I could think of is a question that could technically backfire, but the second question would be is I would ask my pet, do you actually love me? And then it'd be pretty bad, that one, if my pet's like, nah, I hate ya. Unless it was being, sarcastic. But yeah, it'd be interesting to know if it actually does love. Thank you. I have. I did think the question was potentially a interesting one to ask a pet, just given stuff. Be interesting to see the perspective. But yeah, those would probably be my two questions. One on life and one on, I guess, love. Those probably be the two. Round 6. Soft or hard tacos? I probably like hard tacos. I like crunch. I like crunchy things. If it has a crunch, it's more interesting, I suppose. More interesting to eat. And I guess hard tacos are just classic way of doing it. Either way, roll on the 4. Favorite girl's name beginning with K. Okay. Well, it's time for our list again. List of names again. Just because it's always easier to do these ones with the list. Okay, so got like Kate, Cora, Kali. Oh, Kali is a good one. Kayla, Kendra, Kimber, not Kimberly, just Kimber. Interesting. Kai, Chloe, there's quite a few. I'm leaning towards the name Kali. It seems like a cool name. I think I'll choose Kali. As, yeah. Well, oddly enough, I don't even think I saw a... There isn't even a Kim on the list. Other than Kimber, but it's not even the full thing. It's not even fully Kimberly. It's just Kimber. Which feels like it's either gotta be Kim or it's gotta be Kimberly. It feels like it's incomplete if it's just Kimber. But yeah, I think I'll give it to Kali. It's probably my favorite. Probably could be biased and say Kim because of my friend Kim, Kim Oneko. But I don't think I'm going to be biased for this one. Are you a key member of a team that plays pub quiz? No. I don't think I've ever done a pub quiz. And the way it's capitalized makes it sound like it's a thing like a hard quiz, which is like a TV show here in Australia. But no, I am not. Sounds like just from inference sounds similar to probably hard quiz or something. What is junk food to you? Like, what do I consider junk food as? Probably, sugary stuff, chips, burgers, for the most part. Or if it's actually like made burgers, it's a bit more in between. Like, if it's handcrafted, then it's not exactly junk. But if it's like fast food burger, then it's like junk. But yeah, for the most part, chips probably be junk food. Or that probably would be some chips that are fine because chips are ultimately potatoes, so there'd probably be some chips that aren't really junk, like food chips. Uh, What else? Yeah, I think that there's a lot of factors that can go into what or what not counts as junk food. I think mine's probably pretty similar to anyone else's definition of junk food. Mine's probably pretty standard. Rolling a 3. Favorite tactical RPG game. So I guess something that has some level of tactics to it. Because Fallout can technically be tactical, but more so old school Fallout be more actual tactical, like OG Fallout 1, you know. Saying as the OG Fallout 1 sounds like there'll be, there's a remaster. But there could be a remaster in time, who knows? Who knows what Bethesda will do? But maybe old school Fallout, or I don't know. What else would really count? I'll give it to old school Fallout. Old school Fallout is often forgotten and I guess a bit underrated. So, yeah. I'll give it to old school Fallout. Rolling a 4. What can you not travel without? It depends on where the travel is. Like if it's like just traveling like to up to grandparents' home, like then most I need is I guess phone. Like otherwise, depending on the types of travel, if you're starting to go upwards to like plane travel, then obviously going to need like toothbrush, clothes, etc., etc. But I guess just going by the lowest level, as most technically essential thing, or sometimes it's not fully essential, but thing that I will usually probably take with me no matter what is probably my phone. Because, it's a source of many things. It's a source of, help, but also a source of entertainment. So, can't go wrong with the phone. Rolling the one. Favorite game beginning with N. Oh, this is interesting. Games with N. Let's see. And I've been checking each time. I don't think I've done N games as one, so let's see. Not many for N. Only 3 choices. Being Necro Immortalis, one of Vetus's games, aka Mr. Timor. Speaking of them, there's also the Nox Timor. Otherwise, it's Nightmare House. Oddly enough, each one of these are horror games. All the N ones are horror games. Alright. But yeah. Carl, I distracted looking at the achievements. Anyway, out of these 3, I mean, Necromortalis isn't. I always prefer technically Time War. I would have to say. Time War is good. Or is Nox Time War as good? Necromortalis has the benefit of having sort of multiple endings, which I do like. That as a thing in games. So I actually might lean towards it. And the Nox Time War remake it's a good remake of, remaking, Nox Time War. But otherwise, it's still technically pretty simple as a thing, so I'm thinking Necromortalis is higher. So then it's Necromortalis versus Nightmare House. Nightmare House is definitely a classic. It's definitely a classic and pretty good as a horror game. It might technically not have as many endings, but it does have 2 endings as Necromortalis, although all the endings are really not too impactful, as it's mainly to get the true ending from what I remember. basically the endings are like you gotta die in different ways to get the true ending. So honestly, I think Nightmare House wins. It's horrific, but also funny. Mainly funny on the funny side. I like it. So that's my favorite game. I think beginning with then, Nightmare House. Anyway, rolling a 3. Summer or winter? Probably summer, I guess. Although sometimes summer makes me wish for winter. But generally I prefer things to be warmer than cooler. And when they get real cold, they can be real cold. At least feels like real cold to me. Yeah, we'll never probably experience below, experience freezing or below freezing because, Australia isn't like, that. Oh, it did get pretty cold for a bit. That was really a cold spike. Got as low as I think 7 Celsius a night, which is really damn cold. For basically Australian metrics. Alright. Would you rather have super strength or super hearing? So either I can hear conversations no matter where really well, or I can just break through stuff, be Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah! Or just lift very heavy objects. I guess I probably prefer super strength. I don't know where super hearing would be super useful. I mean, there'd probably be something useful, just I don't see it being too useful in my life. And it's not like I want to peep on anyone, like, hear their private conversations. Like, it's not like I want to do that, so yeah, I'll go with super strength. Rolling the 2. On a scale of 1 to 10, how important is winning to you? It's not like I technically want to lose, but I don't also really care about winning too much. Yeah. In the middle, I guess, I suppose. I guess, like, 5 out of 10? I don't know. Like, obviously don't want to lose because losing things can suck. Or just generally losing. But sometimes not every loss is the same. Like, sometimes it won't really matter if I lose. So maybe go down a points just because sometimes it doesn't really matter. So maybe 4 out of 10. Because not every loss is created equal. So yeah. 10 out of 10's like very important. One's like not very important. I'm gonna say 4 out of 10. I think that's where I land on how important winning is to me. I feel like that's where I would sit. Alright, rolling the 2. Night core, day core. I guess I've listened to more, I think, night core than day core. Although day core I've definitely listened to. But I guess night core? But there can be good day core stuff. Sometimes you just want to take it slow. Not always want to have high rush energy stuff. So it just depends on the mood, I guess. I guess I say probably nightcore in general. Would you rather labor under a hot sun or extreme cold? Yeah, again, I'm in Australia. It's gonna be a hot sun. Like, I'm used to it a bit, so I'll do what I'm more used to. Extreme cold means it's probably freezing, if not below freezing, so I'm not. I don't think I would. I don't think I would survive. Would you rather eat a sand sandwich or kiwi pizza? Oh yeah, and this is definitely kind of repeat from a previous Dark's Worlds. But yeah, in kiwi pizza, it doesn't matter if it's the bird or the fruit. Sigh. I will eat that pizza. I will eat the pizza. Has a stranger ever bought you a drink? No. And if it did happen, I'd probably, probably politely decline. Because even if I see, where the drink comes from, I don't know. I guess I always be worried, I always be paranoid. Anyway, have your values changed over time? Potentially, I mean, everyone changes through time, so I would say probably yes, technically. I would say they're probably evolved with time. Probably be the right word to put as, like, through stuff like, VRChat, they've probably evolved a bit. This game has definitely, given me a new perspective on life and stuff. So, I guess they evolved in time. I still feel like my core values are relatively the same. I've always tried to be kind, honest, and, understanding just how those values are done, they've evolved with time, especially thanks to this game. So, yeah. Rolling the one again. If you could domesticate any animal in the world, which would you pick? Ooh. Interesting. I mean, there's plenty of animals that'd be interesting to do. Like, imagine if goddamn dying a bit. As I was saying, imagine if crocodiles were domesticated. That would be insane. Like, here is me with my pet croc. That'd be crazy. That'd be insane. Or like lions, tigers, bears, kangaroos, emus. That one be especially ironic for an Australian to domesticate an emu after the Emu War, which we lost. We lost the war but won the battle? That doesn't make any sense, but I am the emu domesticator. But there's plenty of interesting choices. I feel like there could be a lot of interesting choices. Could tame, domesticate wolves, hyenas. Goddamn, be interesting. No matter what. Not to mention, like, sea animals, like domesticating sharks, like a shark as a pet. That would be interesting. Like a shark is a technically loving pet. Oh, man. I feel like there could be a lot of interesting options. It's hard to pick one because there's so many funny yet interesting options. And it really just depends on what I think would be most useful, which would generally be most beneficial to me or humanity. Like, if I was in danger of, dying to a croc, it's like, well, then that means I choose crocs. I choose you, crocs, to save my own skin. But if I'm never really put in danger, then I can freely choose whatever. But yeah, that'd be a lot of interesting picks, to say the least. Rolling the 6. What food do you have a love-hate relationship with? I don't think I've had a food that fits with that. Because I know the one I basically hate with a burning passion is coconut rice. So if I actually found a good coconut rice, then maybe I love it again. But then if I lost a good one and end up back with a bad one, then it'd be a love-hate one. But that's yet to happen yet. Maybe there is good coconut rice and I just haven't found it yet. So, there's at least one possibility. Otherwise, most food, it's either average, like I tolerate it. It's average. It's either plain or just, kind of there, like Brussels sprouts, it's average. So It basically with food ranges from average to love. There's only one thing in the world that I ever have basically hated, and that's the coconut rice. I don't know what it is about that specific rice, but the time I had it, it was hell. It was hell enough for no real reason. So yeah. So if I do find a good one, it could be a love-hate one. But I don't think any of the things I love will turn to hate. It's more likely that something I hate I'll find a good variant of, and then I will love. But then if I lose the good one, it's back to probably hate until I find another good variant. Welcome back, Club. But yeah, that's, I guess, where my head's at for food. How would you rank your love language? In the trash, in the garbage, in the dumpster? Probably. Well, I mean, it's probably not as bad as I think, just I've never had any experience, so probably below average, which is just basically my life. Always below average. So yeah, given zero experience, probably won't be that grand at love or whatever. What is your favorite Battle Royale game? I haven't really played like that many. In fact, I only think I've played Fortnite because I haven't played PUBG. I haven't even really played the Funny Tabs one. At least I'd probably give it to that. The Tabs one. You know what? Even if... Have I played or... I can't remember if I played it or not. But... just to make certain it isn't Fortnite, I'm giving it to Tabs. Because I refuse to let Fortnite win this one. So I'll give it to Tabs one. Have I? Played it or have I not? I actually might have not played it. It's a TO game, okay. And I do have, where is it? There it is. Yeah, I don't even think I played that much of it. But you know, I'll give it to this one. Totally accurate battlegrounds. Because I refuse to let Fortnite win. On a 5. So yeah, I'll give it to Totally Accurate Battlegrounds. Am I going the wrong way? I'm going the wrong way. Just realized. Up this way. It's rolling a 5, yes. Would you rather get into a fight with a shark or a bear? And there's different factors that can factor into things. At least with the shark, I know holding on like its nose, I can misdirect it, whatever. But also fire and water, it's not an ideal situation. Where firing on a bear, it's, you know, at least land. But still, my chances against a bear are not great. I don't know, I guess a bear. Just because swimming in the water, struggling in the water would be a bit of a pain. K-pop or J-pop? J-pop? I don't know, I don't care. I guess, don't want K-pop to win, so I guess J-pop. Roll on the 5. Rather get $1 a day or $5 a week. $1 a day, because that means $7 a week. It's more money, just to be technically slower to accrue. But I rather $1 a day. $1 day. This keeps the mortgage at bay. Not even exactly certain of what stuff with mortgages. But either way, $1 a day, I guess, at least be something. That means if waited long enough, eventually I'd be able to buy, Deltarune or something. On the tour, how do you handle disappointment in a relationship? If I'm disappointed, it's depending on the type of disappointment. Either I brushed it off and, forget about it because, if it's just something didn't go to plan, oh well. But if it's like an actual disappointment, then things may need to be addressed, like whatever it was. All depends on what it is. And life is complicated, and all disappointments are created equally. So some things can be more disappointing than others. Who's your favorite female netball team? I don't know sports, so I don't know. Who's your favorite VR blogger? Blogger. Blogs are hardly a word anymore. And how do you be a VR blogger? Because when I think of blogging, I think of real life videos. So I guess for VR, it'd just be VR video, which is, at that point, you're basically tiptoeing on just becoming YouTube, like, video, like, you could hardly call it probably a blog at that point. Like, once it's in the virtual reality space, that's kind of, well, a video game. So, calling a blog wouldn't really be a blog at that point. But anyway, let's just assume they're just doing a video in their home world or whatever, whichever VR environment they are in. Which one's my favorite? I don't know. Not really anyone I know of who does that. Most people doing VR stuff usually do something creative. I have no idea. I don't think I have a VR blogger that would be my favorite. So, figuring out the difference of blogging, and stuff was really pointless. Anyway, how have your best friends influenced you throughout your life? Let's see. I also count Kim technically as best, even though she's more reliable, true friend, a friend that's been there for a long time. I mean, Kim obviously is the reason I'm doing RP and stuff, and kind of a reason why I'm technically, streaming right now. If it wasn't for her, I might not have ever been here. As for Sky, probably being the second, I mean, Sky has been a rock of stability. He might have not technically passed as much on to me. I feel like I've probably passed more on to Sky than he has to me. But still, Sky has kind of been a influence in my life, and I guess some things like Torchwood I might have never realized of without him, and other little things I'm probably not thinking of at this moment. So yeah, I think Sky has influenced me quite a bit. As for recent one, I guess I'll count God as one, because I do believe very much so he will definitely be counted as the best friend. Has God influenced me? Because I will say one thing is that I've made up my own chaos. Like, long before God was here, even the ODs and, so I have this new anime plot things. Those were my ideas. Those were mine. Like, those crazy things were me. More recent crazy ideas. And I still have other crazy ideas in my mind that I will probably, do at some point that, have been inside of my head and had, zero influence from, God, Gajita. But yeah, I guess, probably, mainly God is enabling, chaos, influencing me in the direction of being potentially more chaotic than I would have been, I guess. Being less afraid to do some of my more crazy ideas, despite any, things of, YouTube, whatever. Because it's always got shit on YouTube. Like, curse you, YouTube. Curse your automated systems. Actually, I better not invoke the wrath of the YouTube gods. But yeah, I guess God Gogeta's generally influenced me probably down more the path of chaos. Being a bit more bold and crazier than I may have been otherwise. But yeah, and I will defend myself and be like, Judge, Your Honor, I have been crazy all along and still have many of my own crazy, chaotic thoughts that never needed, God Gogeta to form into my mind. But yeah, definitely all my friends, those I would call my best friends. But yeah, and I like to classify it differently because I don't know why, but yeah, and saying best friends doesn't feel right to me. I don't know. There's some strange, but I like to have different classifications, like Kim's a true friend, Sky's my best friend, Gogeta is my chaos friend. Like, I like different categories, not just one thing. Because I don't know why, but calling everyone best friends just feels not genuine, I guess. I don't know. I guess I'm just very strange with how I think about things. But yeah. So either way, my friends have definitely probably influenced me quite a bit through my life. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for, Kim, so. Yeah, and Kim has so far been the most important. It's kind of hard to beat Kim given, I wouldn't be streaming without Kim. I wouldn't have my characters without Kim. So many things would not exist if I hadn't met Kim. And there's other things other than just Kim that factors into it. Like, if I hadn't shown Kim the devouring mansion, then Rogers may have never been born. And without Rogers being born, it means Michael and all my characters would have never existed. Like, and lots of little things, butterfly effect, that's led to, this moment where I am now. Yeah, I think I've thoroughly answered that one, so I guess rolling again. Rolling the one. Have you ever built someone a gaming PC? No, I have not. Be interesting to do that, but I have not done that myself. Rolling the 6. Is gaming addictive? I mean, kinda. I guess I would say technically probably yes. I mean, by definition, gaming is another source of where we can, derive dopamine off. So technically, gaming is addictive. And I guess, some people could definitely fall into trap of being like really glued to video games, which depending on the game could be very bad, especially if it's like, sort of a game where, spend money, whatever, spend, absurd amount of money, could be, quite bad. This is why microtransactions need to kind of die out, but unfortunately they probably never will. They probably never will. Anyway, rolling a 6. Which endangered species do you think will still be alive in 100 years? What's an endangered species? Is it endangered? Ours are endangered. Because ours are quite cute. I feel like humanity will try and keep otters alive. because eyes are quite cute. Like, you may well try and save eyes. I mean, one eye has already impacted the lives of many in Colorado until, you know, their sweet but bitter end, you know, Rosa. So, I feel like good bets that otters will still be around in 100 years. I'm rooting for the otters. Live on, otters, not 100 years. And hello, and one is welcome. I am good. White rhino, interesting. Oh yeah, one is like L endless. Yep. My brain sometimes does not choose to function. Going, I'd say pretty good. Definitely been going for a lot of interesting questions in this world. So I'm going for this world, Know Your Friends 5K edition, because I like to do sometimes these sort of question worlds, given they have a lot of interesting questions. So I guess it's just sort of a way to think of lots of different interesting things, or just, I guess, also a way for, I guess, as you know, people know me. So, yeah, I find it quite, you know, interesting. Yeah. Sometimes if it's the only thing you know, it's the easiest choice. I've definitely had questions like that where it's like, well, I only know this one thing that fits the question, so I guess it's the thing I'll choose for the question. Anyway, time to roll again. Yes, VRChat is a very strange game. The VRChat is a place where you can meet, the coolest people or the craziest people. Yes, VRChat has a real problem of many races. It's kind of unfortunate because there can be many cool people on this game, but there's also a lot of not that grand people. Oh yeah, that's really not great when the adults are passing on the knowledge to kids, because there are a lot of kids in VR chats or the kids can pick up, and it's not a grand situation where the kids will technically not know any better, so they end up being racist themselves. Oh yes, and I should answer the question. I guess Pokemon for myself, I don't really know of Digimon. I I know like very little about Digimon, minuscule, tiny, probably bits and things, but it's probably lodged very deep inside my brain. I've heard the name and probably seen some Digimon, but otherwise not much. Yes, I am playing on PC, computer, desktop. Yes, VRChat has a lot of horror maps. You'll find it's very interesting. Anyway, would you rather have X-ray vision or be able to breathe underwater? I want to probably breathe underwater just in case. Yeah, again, I'm the type to think of the worst case scenario, but just in case I'm thrown into water, someone tries to drown me, I want to be able to breathe underwater. Yeah, I guess swimming, not being able to swim wouldn't be too grand, too useful. But even if I'm bad at like swimming, it's been a while since I last probably swum, so I don't know my skill of swimming. I still know that if I can breathe underwater, I could probably just walk along the surface of the ocean until I find like solid ground again. As X-ray vision could have its different uses. Yeah, like a burning building. Definitely be useful situation to have X-ray vision. Yep, stealing my would be probably easier if you had X-ray vision. Probably could see like, I don't know, the codes or whatever. Like, I see the codes. Now time to hack into the safe. Anyway, rolling a 3 next. Yeah, I guess so. You could steal something small. And next question is, what is your favorite country song? I don't know country music much. Unless country roads counts. Like, I don't know. Country roads take me home, do do do, where I belong, West Virginia. I don't know if that actually counts as country music or not. Anyway, rolling the 6. Would you rather fly a fighter jet or drive a tank? Fighter jet's probably good to get like around because it can fly. Tank blow up stuff is could be very fun. True, could crash the plane, the jets. So, I guess I'd probably I'd go tank as well, just in case things go wrong. Man, high rolling for in the moment. It's rolling 5. Favorite female author. Emily wrote they wrote Del Toro Quest. Not like the only one I know. Other than J.K. Rowling, but I don't really want to give them it. Yep, I know at least one other than J.K. given. I read Del Toro Quest back when I was like in primary school. So I read it like back in 2009, 2010. Yeah, I also can have very little knowledge at times. I relatively know nothing. A lot of these questions I've done, it's like I don't have an answer for a lot of the time. Anyway, rolling the one. What goes well with mustard? I mean, can put mustard on different things. Like, no, some people have like mustard with hot dogs. I usually go tomato sauce for hot dogs. What things do I have mustard with? Probably not a lot. Now, technically, I think different types of whatever mustard. You gotta go now. Well, goodbye, and let's see ya. Rolling the one once more. Would you rather hunt and butcher your own meat or never eat meat again? I guess if I have to, I'll hunt and butcher my own meat. It means that I won't have much, probably, meat. Like, my meat consumption would definitely go down because of that fact. But, yeah. Rolling the one again. I guess it's now the one rolls. 111. Do you like or dislike surprises? I think I relatively like surprises. Unless it's a bad surprise, like. But usually surprises are generally good. because that can be bad. Anyway, I think I'm gonna probably go AFK in a sec just because I haven't had a break in a bit. But let's do this question first. How would you define food perfection? Well, nothing's technically perfect, but I guess perfection is whatever you like the most, I suppose. Whether it's done well. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly go AFK, so I'll be right back. Then I'll continue on. Alright, I'm back. Let's roll again. Roll on the 2. What is your favorite alcohol brand? I don't know. I don't care about alcohol. Rolling the 6. Would you move to another country for love? I mean, possibly. Could be quite probable. But then again, there's places like America where it's like, is it really worth it? Like, I guess if you love a person, care for a person enough, then even that's, a sacrifice, you'd be, I guess, willing to make, and I'd be willing to make. In some ways, I don't see it happening, but then again, who knows? Love is strange. Rolling a 1. Brilliant. Would you rather never get tired or be able to lift up 900 pounds, which let me convert pounds to something I know. That's 408 kilograms, so pretty heavy object. So that's pretty high in weight. So never get tired, meaning no need for sleep. Like, I would never need to sleep. I could do so much more with, like, my day. Sure, lifting a heavy object, like any object that's up to 408 kilograms, may come in occasionally useful. But I feel like the time gained from never being tired would be infinitely much more useful. Like, in a typical day, you sleep for like 8 hours, and over the course of a lifetime, that's, thousands of hours you've lost, thousands of hours of your life, you can't, get back just because you had to sleep. So, with those countless hours, like, so much could be done. Like, there'd be I'd be able to work on stuff for longer, have more time for things like projects and have so much more free time. Like, I think I'm going with never get tired. It's too useful. It's even over a course of a typical week, you're saving. Now, just doing math in my head, you are saving. Um, 56 hours a week. You're gaining that. So you're basically gaining, gosh darn, 2 days every week. 2 actual days from start to finish. So, yeah, like, that is incredibly useful. Alright, rolling a 2, but yeah, never getting tired would be so useful. Who is most likely to be a secret superhero? I was gonna read in the opposite order. Or like mix up the words, as my brain tends to do. Jumble words. Well, it's only me, so I guess, would I be a secret superhero? Maybe. But I also be, I don't know if, how much of technically hero I would be. Like, I won't be the typical superhero, because the way I would do stuff probably be different to others. Just because of who I am, I come up with creative stuff to try and save the world. Not just do typical, oh, stop the fire, save the cats, whatever. I'd be really wanting to put whatever powers I have to their full absolute potential. Like save, help the world, make certain, those are hungry won't have to be, fix the goddamn governments of the world somehow. I don't know. Do stuff, restructure the world. I basically be, with that last one, I basically just be Michael. I be my character. if I was a secret superhero. I'd be working in shadows to reform and fix the world. Anyway, next question is, are you tired of answering questions yet? I haven't done this all in one day. So... No, I'm not. If someone got to this question and actually, had been awake, going through all of this, and got to this question, actually gone for, basically 2,000 questions, I'm sure some people would be tired of answering questions, but I'm not. I've done this over many days, technically many weeks, basically a month or something. I have no idea. I lose track of time. But safe to say, I'm not done until I'm done. And that means I will get to 5,000 sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time. Alright, rolling the 3. Yeah, I'm not sick of it yet. I think I have to be going for a lot longer for me to be sick of it. How long have I actually been in the world, just for reference?
Slayer.
Almost. Getting closer to 3 hours, okay. Right. Interesting. But knowing me, I can spend, 4 to even up to probably 8 hours in the Truth or Dare world or Simmer world. And hello, Skype, welcome. Interesting name. Anyway, what is your favorite cover song? Ooh, so covers of songs. I mean, there can be some incredible covers. When someone else sings the cover song, if it's already a song, but and then someone else sings it. My I guess, favorite good cover song is a cover of Sun Killer done by Apricot, a VTuber, but it's such a good cover, and it really enhances the song Rewrite the Stars. Interesting. I haven't heard of that song. But I'm sure an interesting choice. I mean, that's a bit debatable. Like, sometimes, like, some covers are just that good that's, like, you know, up for consideration that's better than the original. Like, the original will be always the original, no doubt about that. It's like it'll be the, the reason the song exists. Like, nothing can take that away from the song, like the OG. But sometimes, if it's done well, a cover can be more, I guess, enjoyable than the original. Yep, I guess, that's fair. I could totally, get, that opinion. I just personally heard some really great covers that's like, oh, these are like really damn good, that they're like exceptional, that it's like, I feel like they are better than technically the original, the OG. I rolling a 3 next. Favorite 1980s movie? I think I know the 2 movies that came out in the 1980s that I love, and what one is probably gonna win beyond the other. And it has to be Star Wars. The Empire Strikes Back. Like, wouldn't have stuff like Spaceballs. To be fair, Spaceballs is a brilliant parody. And I look forward to Spaceballs too. I can't believe it's actually happening. It's been a hot minute since I last watched Spaceballs. I need to probably at some point let's rewatch it. Rolling a 2. Oh yeah, Popcorn Palace, yep. It's a shame that most VRChat worlds now don't really have the... but I guess it was kind of piracy, like all the movies and stuff, like... So, that era kinda died of VRChat for basically the most part. Either way, the next question is, what is your claim to fame? What would make me sort of famous? Not that I am famous, but you know, I mean, my characters probably be number one. Like Michael, and stuff. Otherwise, most popular thing is my biggest claim to fame is this video. I love this video. Wow, I screamed like Yoda. It's such it's such a brilliant moment where I just happened to scream like Lego Yoda, and it was like, oh, this is brilliant. It's like a moment that can't be recreated though. Like it was but it still is a grand moment. All from a larger video where I was like just in VR
thinking, you
chat
can't touch me, and then I see
with my friend Mohak, and we were just doing thermal treatments. So yeah. Otherwise, though, my most popular Michael one is Michael and Aliens versus Predator. I also tried to keep confinement alive. For a bit. And even did my own pseudo version of confinement in Gmod. Which let me actually pull up real quick. Oh yeah, I did 2 seasons of that, didn't I? Technically 2 and a bit. Because I wanted to finish, give it an ending to the original with the salesman, and then did my own thing for a while. Yeah, I've done a lot on my channel. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of things. In the 4 years that I've been doing it, 4,000 videos. Yeah, if it's pretty, I guess, good number. But yeah, definitely have some, I guess, claims to fame. Actually, what are some of my other personal top favorite videos that I really like? Oh yeah, I recently did a remaster of That'll Soon Come Out of this video.
I am sending a pipe bomb. I'm sending a pipe bomb to Infinite Spin. It is a real pipe bomb. Arrest me. I'm a domestic terrorist. Arrest me.
Brilliant moments that just happened while hanging out in VRChat.
It's not real.
I am sending a pipe bomb. I'm sending a pipe bomb to Infinite Spin. It is a real pipe bomb. Arrest me. I'm a domestic terrorist. Arrest me.
I hope you enjoy it, man. It's gonna be terrible. I do too. I really will enjoy it. The terrifying terrorist.
Where me, Sky, Jonathan, and Infinite were just hanging out. That was a brilliant moment. I'm glad Sky was, like, recording, or was it streaming? I think recording for that. Oh, now are my personal favorite picks. Osbin's Coffee Adventure. Osbin's Coffee Adventure. What? What in the world? Oh my god. This must be the world's smallest coffee cup. It could barely hold an espresso. An espresso? Yeah, an espresso. Jesus Christ. I should talk to Glinda about getting some better coffee cups. Yeah, beacon. Yeah. Oh my god. Well, I should get back to training the students to fight against the Grim. Enough about coffee, even though I do like it. But I really should get back to teaching the students. Well, back to my boring old job as a headmaster. Wonder who will be my next incarnation if I fail. I don't know. But back to it. Kitchen gun. Sus. Do 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 no no no. Oh man. Definitely some classic things. Definitely some classic things I've done, and dumb things, and a lot of other things. I guess, yeah, peak internet. Definitely how at times doing stuff with, friends and allies, the stuff we've created together. Or stuff I've created personally. What is the most challenging thing about gaming? For me, it's the fact that my like autism means that I have slightly slower reaction time and technically lesser hand-eye coordination, and it means that stuff like rhythm stuff and anything that's like rhythm game-esque is like goddamn impossible for me. Like it's already potentially hard for a normal person, but for me it becomes like it goes from challenging to a nightmare. Ah, yeah, Smurf accounts. Not grand. I've personally never really had to deal with Smurf accounts. That's personally not something I've personally dealt with myself. But yeah, it makes certain things hell. like Undying the Undying in the genocide run of Undertale, it made it a complete nightmare. So that's probably the most challenging thing about gaming for me personally, is just lack of response time. And thank you for your concern, but it's just, I guess, life. It is life. You can't choose the hand you're dealt. You just gotta deal with it and move along. Yep. I've not really played Fortnite except long ago, and technically somewhat recently just revisited it. Anyway, who is most likely to hide a zombie bite? I probably won't hide a zombie bite. I'll just be honest and be like, it's over for me, guys. Before you kill me, at least allow me, I don't know, one last luxury of something, I don't know, a dying wish before I get killed, because at that point I'm a dead man walking. So I would like to hopefully have a dying wish. Yep, I guess that could be true, do it as a prank. You do it just because, like, haha, I'm gonna hide this thing as a prank. Feels like that would be a prank that ends up going sour. Because when you actually turn, that could be like, then everyone becomes a zombie. Name your top 3 favorite shooting games. True, you'll all be together. All be together in the zombies. But top 3 shooting games, I guess first person shooters should technically count, so I think like one would definitely be Halo, one of the Halo games. Yep. I guess Black Ops COD for you. For me, I grew up on Halo, so Halo's more on my list. Probably one probably has to be Halo 2. I think also Halo Reach would have to be on it. Both of those are like grand Halo games. Like, I can't really separate the two. It's always hard to, so one spot be to Halo 2, one spot to be for Reach. But I don't want all to be Halo, so for the third pick, maybe something a bit more different, like Cruelty Squad. Halo Infinite wasn't that bad. Halo Infinite was basically the best one 343 put out. It was the closest to being like actual Halo. First Halo for me was Halo 2, I think. I played at a very young age, and when I mean very, I mean I was 2. And it was 2004. I played it like as a toddler. This is actually true. Play it with like my dad and stuff. I hardly remember it, but at this point, but yeah. I've been a lifelong Halo fan. I'm almost as old as the series, given born 2002. But not quite. Yes, I have. Red versus Blue is a classic. Absolutely peak. I said shotgun. Shotgun, dang nabbit. It's me, Caboots. I hate taxes. It's Texas. That too. Red versus Blue is absolutely peak. It's so brilliant. That's gotta be the best throw of all time. That's gotta be the worst throw ever of all time. I love red versus blue. Yeah, I probably have to agree. Caboose is probably also my favorite. Just all the moments from like Caboose, like running, 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 running. Like Caboose is just grand. I probably have to agree and say Caboose is probably my favorite. Yup. Here's the flag. Donut. Here's the flag because he thought he was the general. It's not pink, it's lightish red. Yep, that is a classic line. Did you just call my girlfriend a cow? No, I think he just called your girlfriend, what I won't say myself because I personally choose not to swear, or, you know, whatever. But, it's still a classic line. I guess, change our a slum. That's usually what I do for swears, like change our letter. Like, you know, F-bombs become fork. Don't know why my brain is wired that way, but it's like, I don't swear. No, I just called your girlfriend a slum. And hello, Mr. Toxic. Welcome. I'm doing well. But yeah, Red vs. Blue is definitely a classic series. Oh yeah, Griff. I think that also happens with Simmons. He also becomes blue at one point. Where he switches sides. Oh yeah, Griff never happened, right? I'm Mandeling from what you just said. Thinking I was Barf, but I was just Simmons. But anyway, on to this one is on a scale of 1 to 10, how often do you lie? Again, I like to be honest for the most part, so I guess white lies do technically probably count as lies, so probably I guess it'd be a low 2 out of 10. True, gaslighting can, I guess, count towards lying, so yeah, I'd probably say a low 2 out of 10. Because I like to be honest, but sometimes, occasionally gaslighting a friend can be funny. Yep. Guess so. Friends will, dislike it, but if it wasn't there, then would you really be friends? There's always some, foolery, like tomfoolery, sort of messing with friends. But in the end of the day, you'll have their back and, hopefully they'll have, your back. Either way, would you rather eat a whole raw onion or suck a whole lemon? I'm not the biggest fan of onion. I'd be fine with a lemon, sucking a whole lemon. I mean, I'm not too against sour things, so I probably have to agree and go with the lemon. So yeah, I suck a whole lemon. Yep. Like in water. How bad could it be? How bad can I be? Do 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 do. I don't know why I just thought of the One Lark song. How bad can this possibly be? Let's see. But yeah, it probably wouldn't be too bad. In emergency situations, how do you react? I probably try to stay calm. It'd be like, stay calm, panic, stay calm. Yeah, true. I guess it definitely depends on what's happening. Because some emergencies are worse than others. Like, if you're being held hostage, that's definitely when it's like panic. But if it's like a building on fire, you know, stay calm, get out of the building. Like, try not, you know, panic too much in like a building fire. Oh, if someone cared about you and held you hostage. That'd be an interesting scenario. Like, why have it got to that point to be interesting? Like, that's quite a scenario. I probably try and, you know, make certain they don't do something they regret because they're only really doing it out of love. That'd definitely be a more interesting scenario, so I'd probably do the same and I wouldn't leave, but try and de-escalate things. True, I guess. Maybe they'd be weirded out by you staying like, I'm not leaving you. And then they're like, wait, what? I'm not leaving. And it's like, huh? They'd probably be confused. In my mind, for a scenario like that, I'd want the idea outcome to be where they get whatever they need at the end, like whatever help they need, because they were only doing it out of love, so it shows that they care enough for you that they'll do something crazy and drastic as take you hostage for whatever reason. And like if it's already been a long relationship, I feel like, you know, at that point I'm invested enough to help them get whatever, you know, mental help they might need, so they don't do something crazy like that again. As especially if it's been like a long relationship, like you probably don't want to leave the relationship. Like if it's a relationship that's been going on for like years, like you know, like if it's been a decade, you know, there's like probably a line of things like where depending on how long the relationship has gone, like if it's like a early relationship then you might leave, but if you've been together for like a decade or more, like then you're probably gonna stay in it. No matter what, you know, because, you know, go through thick and thin. So, yeah. So, it would depend on, I guess, time for me. But yeah. Anyway, rolling again. Would you rather spend a year alone in a cabin in the woods or in a prison? So, I am alone. No matter what, I am alone. Because, but are there, because the thing with the prison, if it's, I'm alone in a prison, what does that mean? Am I just the only prisoner? Are there even guards? Like, because it does say alone. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. No guards, no prisoners. Yeah, I would have to probably assume an abandoned prison. So I need to think about, I guess, my survival chances in both. Because cabin in the woods, there might be river, there might be, animals to hunt and take down if you need food. For a prison, depending on how long it's been abandoned, like, there may be no food in the prison, like, any food or rations might be gone. Sure, that's a fair point. No idea of the size of the cabin. How big or small a cabin is. There's definitely a lot of factors to both of these. Because you could end up with a small cabin that only really has room for a few things. I'm leaning towards potentially cabin though, because if the prison is like long abandoned, like, that means there might not be much to live on. So I'd probably go with the cabin, so I have to agree. Even if it's a small cabin, just have to make do with the fact. And depending on the state of a prison, it could be quite broken. And yeah, you make a fair point. For a whole prison, you wouldn't be able to protect it yourself. Although, and by the thing, it applies your alarm, so technically no one can enter the prison, so that is the one thing that might not need to be worried about, is that you are alone, and it probably is gonna stick to the rules, so protecting it might be the least of your worries. But yeah, I still ultimately think cabin's the go. Alright. Probably final roll of 5. As it is now midnight. So one last thing. One final question. How much time do you spend on your phone? Probably quite a bit of time, technically. I mean, my phone is open right now for, having, chat open. So, quite a lot of time. So, how many hours? Yeah. Some people are on it 24/7, but personal use probably like an hour or two. Not really. I'm not an overuser of my phone, like. Technical overall use is longer for when factoring keeping it open for streams, which streams are like 6 to 8 hours. Depending on the stream. Which today, it's like 7.5. So yeah. So relatively shorter for me. No. So yeah. Yeah, I think that's that question done, sir. I just don't really tend to use my phone as much, like. I'm not dependent on it as much. I watch more things probably on my computer than my phone. Usually for phone, it's just like scrolling through Discord or something. Yep, watching reels. I'm not really an Instagram person. I watch reels like occasionally. Most stuff I see is like YouTube stuff. And yep, I guess more stuff on Xbox and phone, yep. Well, I'll remember my place for this world. 2,441. Need to remember that. Because just to show, because I haven't been doing this world all at one time, this has been like over multiple different streams, and I haven't done this like every single stream, but this world is like 5,000 questions. The world's called Know Your Friends 5K Edition, made by Dark RBX. It's a huge world of lots of questions. Literally 5,000, like, there's questions for, like, so many questions in this world. It's definitely a good world for lots of questions. I don't know why, but I just don't really get bored because it's quite interesting to think about many different things. Actually gets brain going. Like thinking about many things. I don't know, I just find it interesting. How long have I actually been here for this time?
Slayer.
Almost 4 hours. To be fair, I'm, at the point of conclusion given it's midnight, but yeah. At least conclusion for now. Until whenever I next do this world. So yeah, it's just, I don't know, something that's interesting, I suppose. Don't know why, but I don't really get bored of it. Either way, I am going to now wrap the stream as given it's midnight. I mean, I'm about to probably hop technically off. I mean, could potentially technically join in the future. It's alright. But either way, yeah, midnight. 12, 10, 10 past 12 a.m. I'm Australian. I'm Aussie. Just to show it's like it's technically now Tuesday for me, and if I just time right now. I'm from Brisbane, Queensland. So yeah. I'm an Aussie. Time zones. Oh, always fun. Yes, could say built different. But yeah, I usually, wrap up by, midnight. That's when I, conclude stream. So yeah. This is, well, I guess, I'll leave it off for now. Yes, thank you. Hopefully you have a good night, day, whatever time it is for you. Then, good morning to you. As for me, that's it for now till, well, tomorrow. I'll be doing more of, my thing, which will be, Michael, which, yeah, again, I mentioned before, I have characters. That's sort of, my main thing. Doing RP sort of stuff. And I'll be continuing more of that tomorrow. And also more VRChat. VRChat's pretty usual thing that I do. Either way, that'll be it from me for now, so I'll do my usual outro. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for subscribing or following, and that will be it from me till next time, so peace and goodbye. See ya. And goodbye, Skype. Anyway, peace.